I'm a princess. I'm a princess. I'm a princess. Oh, oh, okay, princess. It's been a couple of days since I played this. Almost like a week, I think. Been lacking on the Final Fantasy 15 live streams. You can take control of one of the allies? Right. I remember where I left off. Oh yeah, we left off here. Let's get into Regalia. Right, we're good.
Alright, move out!
Yeah.
Let's move
And
out.
away we go. Smells like there's salt in the air.
Sea breeze. We're on the water.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Picture perfect. Get a load of this beautiful view.
Yeah, like something out of a dream.
Just don't fall asleep on me.
Wow, look at that bridge up ahead.
Some piece of work right there.
The rivers run wide out here, so the bridges run long.
Guess I'll see it when we cross. Want to get a closer look?
At what?
Sure.
We made it.
Wow, the color's amazing.
Can't stop now. What can I say?
You're great, Noct.
Wind's picked up.
Storm's gonna ruin my hair.
I'm not sure whether it's a storm front or just the terrain.
Yeah, just worry about your stuff blowing away.
That's it!
What's up, Iggy?
I've come up with a new recipe.
I can taste test for you.
bitch. Stupid ass bitch. Suck my dick. Stupid ass bitch.
Real nice here. Indeed.
We're here. Better start preparing for supper.
Oh, let me help.
Oh, what? 32 to next level? Almost had it.
I swear, half your photos are selfies. Hashtag sorry not sorry.
Let's hit it.
Sure.
Nothing to it.
You were great, Noct. always feel so good. All right, move out.
Yeah.
So, you're the one doing all the cooking.
More or less.
Glady, don't you help? Knocked?
On occasion.
What occasion?
I do my part. I always set the table.
That's some arrangement you guys have here.
This the place?
Sure is. Thanks for the lift, Ignis.
My pleasure.
Can't wait to see my buddy Talcott.
Here we are.
We made it.
Hello there. Thank you. Till next time.
Whoa, pretty impressive lighthouse.
What say we head on up?
Ought to be a nice view, if a bit blustery.
What's up?
Knew it was y'all. Recognize the purr of that engine anywhere.
Whew. You know your stuff.
Thanks for the ride. It was fun.
How's the boat?
Papa's tinkering away. Reckon he'll be tinkering for some time.
Trouble at sea.
Seen her share by the looks of her. Some parts we can fix, others need replacing.
An overhaul.
Don't y'all worry. Papa ain't going nowhere till the job's done. Parts won't fetch themselves, though. Was kinda hoping y'all wouldn't mind helping out with that.
We're at your disposal.
To tell the truth, we already got a couple hands on deck. Dustin and Monica. Those two have been real swell. Managed to gather just about everything we need.
You can depend on the Crown's Guard.
Trouble is, they ain't had much luck finding a certain something by the name of mithril. Apparently the stuff's hard to come by around these parts. At least according to the little fella from the city.
Talcott?
You betcha. Sharp as a tack, that one. Could tell y'all more about the stuff than I could.
We'll be sure to ask.
Hi there, how's everything going?
I seen this GPS tracking collar. I'm pretty sure my Pomeranian is going out at night.
Oh, yeah.
She's for the streets. I think she's hooking up with every dog on the block.
Okay.
How
I sent you money with the Remedia app so you can buy a new TV.
Remitly helps you be there even when you can't.
Do you ever get the feeling that something just isn't adding up in Canada right now? Like your doctor's wait list is 6 months long, and somehow we're being told that the population only grew by 20,000 people? Meanwhile, you've got basement apartments packed with renters, schools overflowing, and shelters turning away people? What gives? Well, I'm about to take you behind the curtain of Canadian immigration, the numbers they quote, the ones they don't, and why your community feels like it's bursting at the seams, even when the data says it isn't. We're talking illegal housing, visa mills, non-permanent residents, policy failure, and yes, some really shady business. No spin here, just the truth. Let's jump into it. If you're finding this as eye-opening as I am, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so we can get this word out to more people. So let's get down to the basics. Non-permanent residents. They're here with time-limited permission, often for work, study, or while awaiting an immigration decision. Let's expand on who they are. International students on study permits may be allowed to work part-time, 20 hours a week with some temporary exceptions, often pay high tuitions and compete for rentals. Then we have temporary foreign workers, TFWs. On work permit includes everything from seasonal farm workers to technical healthcare professionals, usually tied to one employer. Then there are the asylum seekers, people who have applied for refugee status and are waiting on a decision. They may be given temporary work or study permits in the meantime. So, since we got that out of the way, let's zero in on the housing market. Non-permanent residents absolutely affect demand. They rent, they buy, they pack entire basements. Now that explains why the rental market went sky high, doesn't it? So now let's ask, do all the data that records population numbers include both permanent and non-permanent residents? For Statistics Canada's official population estimates, yes it does. But not all estimates here are the same. They may vary. For example, many provincial or municipal plans, like for schools and hospitals and housing, these are based on population numbers, which sometimes exclude non-permanent residents or rather underestimate the residents. That's why the federal government might claim that they plan for a 500,000 volume for hospital, for example, but the city is screaming that there are 750,000 people needing service and they are overwhelmed. Sound familiar? I know it does. Back to Statistics Canada, non-permanent residents are included in Canada's quarterly and annual population estimates as well. And let's elaborate. So when you hear Canada grew by 1 million people last year, a chunk of that, believe it or not, is non-permanent residents. In fact, non-permanent residents made up nearly half of that between 2023 and 2024 growth. Now, this is the question. Are these non-permanent residents, are they staying in Canada or did they pack up and leave? This might be the missing clue of the population confusion. According to Statistics Canada, in 2024, about 50,170 people immigrated from Canada, this is only for Canadian citizens and permanent residents. For non-permanent residents, roughly 745,306 people left, compared to over 1 million who arrived, resulting in a net gain of 291,165 temp residents. So while permanent residents' net migration was positive, the temporary resident segment remained in surplus, though with fewer arrivals than the previous year. Just for reference, departures for non-permanent residents are 15 times higher than permanent residents. Now let's look at what happened in Canada for the first quarter of 2025 to clear up some more confusion. So let's look at permanent residents that arrived. That's 104,256. Now the non-permanent residents that arrived are 685,400. So if you add those two numbers up, it comes to just under 800,000 people. I know in the headlines it's 817. I don't know if they made some revisions, but that's that figure. Now let's look at the part that many don't stipulate. Non-permanent residents that left in the amount of 746,511 people. Guys, when you're reading headlines that's saying that a lot of people are leaving Canada in groups, this is the reason behind it. And then you have the immigrants that are adding on top of that departure with permanent residents and citizens amounting in 17,410 people. Then we also have a natural decline in population that we have more deaths than births. So the surprise of that figure would be minus 5,628 people. And that gives us a net population change of just over 20,000 people, as per Stats Canada. It's like we're operating a human revolving door. So while the headlines bragged about welcoming 800,000 people, the net effect's much smaller. And that's why Stats Canada reported only 20,000 people added to the population in 2025 for Q1. So next time you hear immigration numbers, ask yourself, is the data only tracking arrivals, and does it actually take into account the exits too? Because this too can affect the true reality of what's being reported. And let's keep in mind, markets can feel both soft and stable, depending on which group dominates the area. Now, let's talk about the impact of large influx of immigration that has soared in this country over the last few years. We are seeing, and let me add a disclaimer here, I think immigration is healthy for this country, but too much of one thing is never a good thing. Now, let's continue. Between 2022 and 2024, Canada brought in record-breaking numbers. Over 1.2 million people per year, including permanent and non-permanent residents. The problem, cities weren't ready. Federal immigration policy was completely disconnected from provincial and municipal planning. This resulted in a housing crisis that got worse, not better. Immigration was supposed to fuel the economy, but it outpaced home construction by 2 to 3 times. Rents surged 20 to 40% in many cities across the GTA. Some international students are literally living in tents or crowded basements.
Come on, man. Come on. You hear me? You hear me?
If nothing will deflect them from the way they ought to take. Help them to walk with endurance, so that nothing may daunt or discourage them till they reach their goal. Lord, help them to walk with loyalty, so that nothing will ever seduce their hearts from their devotion to you. We pray in your loving name.
And with that,
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire. I love being a chef, but working in someone else's kitchen just wasn't cutting it for me. So I ordered 200 hand-forged knives from my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. Just like crafting a perfect knife, creating a polished website takes creativity. When you own the details, you own the results. Wix gave me that control. And the impact is
Thanks for everything.
$1 million in revenue, and I'm just getting started. I don't just make knives, I forge my own business. $3,000. So if you really break it down, her take home of that $65K is only $18,000 a year.
Here's how much it costs to have a baby in America.
So today we're going to be going over something I touched on a little bit on my cost of living video, but since then I have seen many comments like this. One thing I'd love to see you do is the cost of childcare. It's insane to the point that it's more than a parent would earn working if they had more than one kid who needs it. I wanted to expand on this a little bit more, the cost of everyday life with children, giving birth to them in the first place, childcare, insurance increases, grocery increases, clothing, food supplies, everything that goes into it. I'm honestly not surprised why so many people are choosing not to have children today. We're also going to go over some comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with something that is a very common now. Have you seen the daycare costs these days? $2,200 a month for one child. I was talking to this mom at a birthday party this weekend, and she was telling me that she went and got a job for $65,000. It's like, oh, that's really awesome, because her husband makes great money, but they wanted extra money. She said the only downside is that I need to have a nanny come Monday through Friday, and it costs me $2,200 a month. And I don't have kids, so I never even thought of that before. And you know me with my numbers, started having a conversation with her. I said, well, what's your take-home pay, if you don't mind me asking? She said about $4,000. She goes, so that's the tough part here, is that after the daycare costs, I'm only really pocketing $1,800 a month, and it's $300 in gas because the commute's very far. So I'm really going to work 40 hours a week and only pocketing $1,500. So I'm wondering if I made a mistake here, and they're trying to figure this all out. If we look at people who have a job at $65,000 or $80,000, or a couple who's making $120,000, you're like, how can you not afford this? Like, this doesn't make sense. But when you really break it down, her take home of that $65K is only $18,000 a year. So what happens if you have 2 or 3 kids? It turns into a comment like this. This is exactly why a lot of moms are stay-at-home moms. For us, the extra $1,500 isn't worth the lost time. I will say, though, that is not an option for a good amount of people now. 2 full-time incomes are required to pay the bills. Just live paycheck to paycheck. But then the downside is, if you do have children, a significant portion of your yearly income is going to be siphoned away for somebody to take care of them while you're at work. $2,200 for daycare, $2,000 for rent. Perfect. Already in the negative for the month that I haven't even eaten yet. We have a comment from one of you guys. Childcare is ridiculously expensive. When my 2 boys aged out of daycare, it was like both my wife and I got a raise. I mean, we can just take a look at this example from this woman of the daycare cost around where she lives.
This month. would be $2,430.
2,400, is that for 12 months old or?
That would be for 12 months.
What your availability looks like for full-time childcare?
Do not have a consistent spot. They're about 2.5 years old.
Okay.
2.5 right now would be our guaranteed type rate.
So she heard almost $2,500 a month, and there's barely any availability. I mean, the second one had a 1.5 year wait. You'd have to lock in a spot while you're pregnant with the kid. Some of the comments, those prices, and still no guarantee your child is safe. I quit my daycare job when I found out how much they were charging parents. People were paying $3,000 a month, and I was getting paid $15 an hour with no benefits at all. Is that $2,400 a month for one kid? Is that normal? Yes, every quote has been around that much. We have waiting lists. They start at least a year early. We have pregnant moms come view the school before the child's even born. Exactly what I just said before. Even the original creator responded, I would have had to have called this daycare before I even knew I was pregnant. Absolutely insane. Another comment from one of you guys, childcare costs is why my wife stays at home. If she worked their job, she would just be paying for them to go to daycare. Like I said before, there are many people that don't have that option. They still need 2 full-time jobs to be able to pay the bills. If you're lucky enough to have a pretty solid single income stream, maybe a work-from-home job or something like that, it does start sounding pretty worth it to save $2,000 a month per child, mind you. And I know the prices are all over the place, depending on what state you live in the country. We have a clip up on screen here when you get a child care packet, and it's $1,600 a month for a 1-year-old. Still insanely expensive in my opinion, but I have a chart up on screen if you want to pause it to see what the costs were wherever you guys live, what daycare costs by state. From 2003 to 2023, average daycare costs increased by 40%, surpassing the inflation rate of 31%. So this information is still 2 years old, so I bet everything's a little bit more expensive, but we can still look. Where I am in North Carolina is $832. Where I used to live in New Jersey is $1,400. I can see real close to that Massachusetts $1,700, Minnesota $1,500, Colorado $1,400. Colorado almost has the same prices as daycare in Hawaii, which is pretty crazy. But it also depends on where you live in each one of these states. Clearly, the examples we've already seen, $1,600, $2,000, $2,400, are way more than any of these averages, so the prices can vary widely. But let's backtrack all the way to the beginning of the child's life. We can see how much it costs to have a kid in the first place.
Here's how much it costs to have a baby in America. We're going to start with the ultrasound that we had to get clinic for accident. So that ultrasound cost us $2,067.08. And now onto my actual hospital stay. So we paid for just under 2 days.
So whatever the observation agreement is, we're going to charge $413.65. Tell me what that is. The recovery room cost us $2,702.45. Now, the hospital stay, I don't know how that's different, but that one cost us $4,438. The emergency room cost us $1,932.90. And I don't know what the laboratory
Aslan.
is, but that cost us an additional $1,439.20.
All of these costs are bringing out thousands of dollars at a time, and this doesn't include any of the actual labor giving birth to the child. This is absolutely insane to me.
But then we go into the labor and delivery. So this one is the one where I would expect it to be the most expensive because that's the right there. We got charged $10,593 for that one.
I know we keep butting into this clip, but I just want to say that cost alone is the price I paid for the car that I'm currently driving. The 2015 Civic I paid $10,500 for, and that was just one single expense for them.
And then our anesthesia. My epidural cost us more than anything. That one was $14,436.
Was it worth it?
Yeah. We also had pharmacy and supply costs. So pharmacy is $25.25. So the grand total for everything was $32,011.
But that was just for our stay. We also had to pay for gas bed for your daughter to be in the hospital.
So her hospital stay with us in the room that we also paid for was $4,008.
Our complete hospital bill cost $37,999.
$19.73.
Luckily, we have insurance, but insurance helps so much. So how much we have to pay out of pocket for the baby in America is $1,558.
So even with insurance, they're paying almost a third of the cost. And you wonder why so many people hate insurance across the board. But if they didn't have it, they were looking at $37,000, and we're actually going to see an example later in the video. But you're talking 5 figures just to get the kid out the door and starting its life. And of course, if you start comparing it to the child costs in the past, it starts getting way worse.
Raising a child in 1981 in America would have cost you $300 a month to have them cared for. If you need child care for a child in America in 1981, $300 a pop. So if you had 2 kids, how much is that? Exactly. If we were to raise 2 kids in America today, it would cost you $1,350 a month per child. That's $2,700 over the course of 12 months. You know how much that is? I'll tell you, it's over 30 grand. If you want to have 2 kids in America, and you want to work your full-time job like you have to in order to pay your child care, you're going to be paying a full-time person's job. So in order to have a child full-time with a career, you have to have another full-time job with a career to raise your child full-time.
Another set of these comments, it's cheaper in most cases to have one parent just stay home. And yet daycares pay their teachers $11 an hour, $14.65 for my 2-year-old every month, and there's no discount when they're closed for holiday breaks or off days. Oh man, we have a screenshot here. Salary needed to live comfortably in Tampa, Florida. Single adult, $94,432. The national average being $93,933, and 2 working adults with 2 children. Probably the classic image that pops in your head when you think of a family, right? 2 parents, 2 kids, it's $209,498. Almost $20,000 a month. Another experience from one of you guys, if we had another child when we wanted to, and had 2 children in childcare, it would cost us $2,400 a month. This is more than what we paid for in rent. So it's really not surprising when you see clips like this of so many people just outright refusing to have kids.
And it's like, is it worth the trade-off?
31% don't want kids, on the fence about it because of childcare, which is a fair point because childcare costs have increased 214% since 1990, and childcare for one infant in 2020 was over 12 grand on average, $200 a week.
Yeah, which is a lot. And here's the deal too, because we looked at different daycares, and you want the one that you feel the safest, and it's the cleanest and the best. I'm like, it's your child that you're handing over, so I'm like, I understand people that pay and have to these crazy amounts for daycare. So I'm like, you do want the best. You want the one that you feel the best, but it still has to fit within your budget. So that's when the conversation comes in, like, okay, we need to do pros and cons of those parents working even. Because it can get to a point, depending on where you live and how much it is, that one parent's salary, and 75% of it is going to daycare, and it's like, is it worth the trade-off, right? So you start to have those conversations.
Especially if
that's a hard one.
The comment section does not get much better. Where in the world do you get daycare for $200 a week? $350 a week is a deal in my not-so-big city. I was quoted $3,100 a month for 2 kids. When we have our third, we'll be paying over $2,500 a month in daycare. And another comment from you guys, daycare is so expensive, they pay the girls watching your kids minimum wage. No way I would leave my kids there. So you can go over and watch the clip that probably sparked this entire video, the cost of raising a child until they become an adult.
Raising a child in the U.S. is more expensive than ever, about $300,000 over 18 years. According to Lending Tree, it breaks down to about $29,000 a year, factoring in childcare, clothing, food, and health insurance premiums, and more. The biggest jump in cost, daycare, up 51% since the last report in 2023. Hawaii is the most expensive state to raise a child, the least Mississippi, Georgia sits at 48. So how many kids do you have, and does this check out for you? Let us know.
So an extra little bit of information, because the earlier chart that I had state by state with child care costs only went up to 2023, but this news clip is only 2 months old, and they said that daycare costs increased 51% since 2023. I mean, that sounds unbelievable to me. Did I not understand that correctly? Only $300,000? I feel like it's more. I'm one and done. And they wonder why millennials and Gen Z aren't having kids. Basically, you can only pick one. Buy a house, have kids, or save for retirement. This is why I don't have kids. I'm staying child-free. $300,000, it's way more, and that's one child. I grew up in a low-income, poor household, and I wouldn't do that to another child. I have 2 kids. I can attest childcare is literally more expensive than a luxury 2-bedroom apartment in my area. $2,400 a month for daycare. So because of this, birthing rates are falling all over the world. And there are some pretty weird things happening to incentivize people having children.
Birth rates are falling all over the world, including in this country, and some governments are starting to panic over it and take action. Let's talk about South Korea. 42 districts there in South Korea are offering major incentives at matchmaking events. 42 of them, in fact, all over the country. And look at these bonuses they're giving. $14,000 to couples who get married. $340 just to go on dates, just to find out if you like somebody. Then housing subsidies, cash for pregnancy-related expenses, even money for international travel.
Is the pregnancy rate dropping that much?
It's like 1/3 the level just needed to maintain the population level right now. So the government matchmaking events, you have to sit down in front of somebody and look in their eyes for 10 seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds.
Then you have to have a 5-minute conversation. Then you all play bingo and have dinner.
The longer I think about it, the weirder this sounds to me. It's almost like the dystopian stories of the future where we're almost borderline robots and everything's just off. And I'm pretty sure there are tax breaks in the U.S. as well for having children, but I believe it's only $3,000 or $5,000. Clearly, that's nowhere near the cost of actually raising a child from year to year. So, I mean, I guess it's better than nothing, but I don't think it's really going to help the birthing rates increase, especially when we get full examples like this. How much I spent this week as a mom of 4 kids. 1 week.
People are constantly saying that kids are expensive, but they never elaborate on what that means. But we know that millennial parents and Gen Z parents aren't having kids or having fewer kids because of how expensive it is. And so I'm going to share what I spent on my 4 kids this week, just to give you an idea on what people mean when they say kids are expensive. I'm going to start off with a big ticket item. It is child care. I have 4 children, and so that is more than the average family, so I will break it down per kid for you so you understand the full cost. So my 2 youngest kids who are 3 and 4, they are in full-time daycare. They're in a preschool room and a pre-K room. It is $78 per day per child, and so for the 2 of them to attend
Aslan is a top G.
$780 a week. Now, I also have 2 older kids. They are 7 and 8 years old, but they go to after-school care at their school. That is $45 per day per child, and so that's $450 a week. Our total is $1,230 for child care per week for our 4 kids.
You're talking $5,000 a month just for that. Oh, it's not going to get any better. That was just the start of it, too.
Now let's check groceries. We spend anywhere between $275 to $350 a week on groceries, give or take. This week it was actually $355. I don't really know why. Sometimes it's more expensive if we run out of things like ketchup or whatever. I also went to Costco this week to return something, but when I was there I got more food for my kids that we had run out of, and so I spent $98 at Costco. Sticking with food for a second, I spent $45 on school lunch this week. I did $30 for my 2 older kids on their lunch ticket, and then $10, so $5 each for my little girls for school pizza night. This is an annual expense, but it was my 2 oldest kids' birthdays this week. They have back-to-back birthdays, and so we spent about $200 between gifts, cake, ice cream, all the things. Now, here's some rapid-fire things that don't happen every single week, but we had to spend money on them this week. So first and foremost, a $40 copay at the doctor's for my daughter, $112 for dance recital tickets. That's for 4 tickets. I think they were $28 each, and so we have the recital on Sunday. This doesn't happen all the time, but it did happen this week. We also had to pay for dance classes this week, and so it's $50 per class. My daughters go to 3 classes. There's 3 daughters, and that's $160 with tax. So we just spent that this week. Okay, and my 2 older kids have seasonal allergies, and so I had to re-up on our allergy medicine, and that was about $26. So all in this week, we spent about $2,000 on our 4 kids. You'll notice it does not include any gas in our cars that we used to drive them around. It does not include our housing costs, our utilities, any of those things. These were just specifically kid-related expensive.
So around $8,000 a month, I know, give or take, because there were things that don't happen every single week, but did not include any type of bill, housing costs, utilities, internet bill, electricity, whatever. Possibly an extra $96,000 a year. Just a couple of the comments, $78 per day per child. That's what I was thinking when I heard that too. It's important to talk about the cost of childcare because it's so incredibly crucial that we address the childcare crisis. I saw another creator highlight that it's not just the cost of giving children the basics, it's the cost of giving them the life that you want for them, which just of course means even more money. But another example I didn't hear too much when it came to children is of course what we all hate, insurance increases.
see a lot of videos about people talking about how expensive daycares and how that's like deterring them from having kids, which I get it. It's a lot. Who's gonna weigh in on the cost of insurance? Because I just found out my price per paycheck is going up like 900% just to add a child to my insurance. And that's just like not a cost that I factored into. Like, obviously daycare, food, clothing, whatever, but like, never. Actually, you know what? If you had 3 kids versus 1, it's the same cost.
Literally, insurance is the number 2 reason why we won't have more. I'm paying $1,400 a month on my employer's insurance. It's highway robbery. And you probably still have a high out-of-pocket max per year. Insurance is a scam. That's what I was thinking. It went up 900% for her, but that doesn't mean that now the doctor's visits are free. Like we saw with the clip before, almost $37,000 to give birth. They had insurance and still had to pay $11 grand. $700 a month on employers, and it's not even good insurance. Birth was $5,000. And on the previous clip in passing, she was talking about the clothing and all of that kind of miscellaneous stuff. And I just wanted to put this in because I took a photo while I was at the store. It is already back to school, even though it's barely July right now. But whatever, they have all the supplies for school, and that turns into backpacks, which this kid's version of a JanSport backpack, this was not an adult backpack, was $55. Now, if you look at it, it is a corduroy version, and maybe people think that's fancy, but there were a whole bunch of different colorways, a lot of plain stuff. Even the JanSport right under it, they were all $55 for a kid's backpack. And I don't really know what's cool or not anymore, but at least in my time, having a Nike or Adidas backpack was a lot cooler than JanSport. So I mean, $55 just for a kid's backpack, I thought was wild. But we can go over to the next clip that kind of blows that right out of the water. We're talking about costs.
I just looked at the my daughter's today. You guys know how much it is? You wanna, because there was a conversation about them, right? $738,360 freaking dollars. Almost $1 million. And then I decided to take a look through the itemized bill because they said every single little thing that they charged for. And I swear there's things that they didn't do. And I swear there's things that they're overcharging for. For example, I noticed on the bill that there is a little the biggest that I actually still have. $95. $95 for a tiny box for that I told the nurse was really cute and give it for free. No, ma'am. They made sure to charge every single little thing. Man, like that's crazy.
Another example here, how long was she in for? Our daughter was in the NICU for 3 weeks, and ours was $147,000. These costs are brutal. The creator responded, still waiting for her bill to hit her insurance. Imagine getting that bill and not having any insurance. Well, that's exactly what we're going to see in the next clip.
Hey guys, you'll never believe it, but my baby is a few days past 3 months old, and I got they didn't let me have my baby for free. They did send me the bill when she's a few days past 3 months old, and now I got the bill. It's actually on my phone, which is what I'm talking to right now, so I can't show you. But I will double check the number and drum roll, please. $16,075.
Nigel loves the saxophone, and he loves helping others find their sound too. So he built a course on Kajabi that turned his passion into a business. That crescendoed into a community where musicians connect, take on challenges, and play in harmony together. That's the perfect blend that transformed him from a musician into an entrepreneur.
So over the years online, there have been thousands of memes that have come and gone. And while some remain timeless relics in internet history, others do not pass the test of time and kind of fade out to never really be used again. Yes, the lifespan of a meme can be days, months, years, or even decades. But even more interesting to me, though, is when someone becomes a full-blown living meme.
My name is Andras Arato, but people might know me as Heidelberg Harold.
Or at least creates a career off of going viral. You have people who have become full-blown comedians with strong fan bases off of one video. Of course, you have your Hawk Tuas and the Catch Me Outside girls of the world. But one of the more annoying people to go viral off of their meme was this guy Salt Bae back in 2017, who started popping off after he went viral for his methods of salting a steak.
Yeah, let's go.
Better make tracks.
Chop, 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 chop. Hey there, Jiffy!
You know, I don't know about you guys, but to me this all has the same energy as the guys who be going to town at the hibachi. Yes, chef, shooting in my company. Like, what the fuck are you doing, son? To me, this shit is Diddy-coded all day. In fact, in doing research for this video, I found various instances of him hanging out with Diddy, getting shout-outs from him.
Stop, it's your boy Puff Daddy up here with my brother Stone Bay. He's sprinkling us with that flavor. Man, the man has the sense, style, and he's a genius in what he does. And he's one of one. Yes. Congratulations to my brother Stone Bay. Yeah. My brother Stone Bay.
And he was apparently even in one of his commercials.
Blue Dot is about love, celebration.
I mean, don't tell me that these guys didn't hit at least one steak with that baked oil salts combo. And this guy would get real disrespectful with this shit. It's not like a fun little trick where your dog catches food in their mouth. Hell no, he was putting his meat in various women's mouths in a very sexual manner, all while their husband was picking up the tab. I even found this video where the guy made it very clear that shit was not going to happen. He would not be going down like Adam 22.
Went to Salt Bae Eats restaurants, and my fiancé was not going to let that man feed me.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Now, regardless of how I feel, the Salt Bae is apparently a very successful person who comes from extremely humble beginnings. His father was a mine worker, and he grew up in this two-bedroom home with no electricity or running water. Dropping out of school at 13, he became an apprentice to a butcher, and the rest is really history. Opening numerous steakhouses in 2006, and amassing very large How does it take you to? Why is it so expensive? In general, I feel like these spots that people like to go.
Pawpaw's down on the dock. Now, if y'all excuse me, I'm gonna grab my tools and ski-daddle. Got a garage to look after.
Prince Noctis! Hey! Our house is over here! Right this way!
to $300 on a very mid dinner. It's like when I went to Hell's Kitchen, the risotto was cold. I was looking around like, where the fuck is Gordon Ramsay when I need it? Well, at least I can get a shirt that tells me to piss off after he runs my pockets with a $30 beer. Either way, a couple of years back, I talked about how Salt Bae is always clout hungry since he got his first taste of fame, and he actually caught a lot of flack for this at the World Cup back in 2022. And with Messi being one of the most famous people on the planet, it obviously got a lot of attention when he was ignoring Salt Bae, because basically he took the biggest moment in these guys' lives and tried to make it about himself, and some of these photos were just downright ridiculous. Also keep in mind, with him being from Turkey, he really had no connection to Argentina who won that year, and weeks before this all went down, he was sucking off Ronaldo on Instagram, and then he was out here on the pitch begging Messi for a picture. But the guy was simply clout chasing and everyone knew it, and this motherfucker really thought that he was part of the team.
Why did you go onto the World Cup pitch after the final, touch the World Cup, and kiss the World Cup? What were you thinking?
I love Argentina, I love football, and this is the excellent. My mistake. Before I don't know the rules. Now I know the rules.
Of course, after the clips went viral, this got him banned from several future events, and I feel like he kind of stuck a fork in the whole Salt Bae movement, or at least so we thought. Now, before we get into the current day demise of Salt Bae, after all those people stopped purchasing those overpriced steaks, I wanted to tell you guys about a great purchase you can make with the sponsor of today's video. So every day around 5 p.m. in my household, there is this magic moment, and it always starts when I get my hands on this yellow bag. I mean, the color is really no coincidence, because my dogs see this food as gold. Even right now, I know y'all can see her in the background checking it out. Now, they should have put you on the bag, right? In all seriousness, though, the sponsor of today's video, Sundays for Dogs, has changed the dog food game. I mean, at this point, I have my dogs eating it, my sister's Boston Terriers love it, and even my parents' senior dogs devour it every single time. And that's despite the fact that they are missing some teeth. These are human-grade ingredients, air-dried to perfection for your dog to consume. It's like if you took a beef, chicken, or turkey salad and fed it to your dog in the form of these air-dried pieces. And it is so much easier to serve than other foods I've tried in the past, where I had to defrost and then store them in my fridge. I just really like this brand. Honestly, they're probably my favorite product I've ever worked with. And for my audience, me and Sundays are partnering up today to give you guys 50% off your first order when you go to sundaysfordogs.com/Jamari, or you can always simply check out with my code Jamari. So give your pooch a chance to try this food by using my code or visiting the link down below. I really think they will enjoy it as much as mine do.
What are your plans for 2025?
2025, I think our best year.
So that was a fucking lie.
Now, the last 2.5 years, Salt Bae has been trying to keep his relevance hanging on by a thread. The guy has to have spent a fortune purchasing the most fake followers I've ever seen. Like, yes, he was viral, but I do not really see a world where he could amass 52 million followers. He's also still been trying to show up to events, including a Champions League after party, where he was promptly removed because, honestly, who gives a damn about the Salt Bae? They knew he was just there to chase clout. This was the first time he had gone viral since the World Cup incident, and obviously after that one was so publicly an issue, people really don't seem to want this guy around. It just feels like one of those things where he thinks he's much more important than he truly is to other people. He did try to save face in this situation, acting like he just so happened to be waiting around near this entrance to this high-profile party, claiming that there were thousands of other people who wanted to see him and not these other celebrities, and that he was really just there to sign autographs and take pictures with his apparent fans. Even going as far as to claim that this clip of him and his friends clearly being denied access to this party was apparently created by AI. I mean, talk about an absolutely pathetic excuse. Like, yes, AI has gotten a little bit more...
I am terrible with like seeing the credit line, and I thought that was spendable money rather than like going off and setting a budget. So
I feel like you guys have very different perspectives. I feel like you guys have very different perspectives on this, especially with the, in my opinion, from my perspective, it's just, I don't trust what you guys honestly say in front of the other person right now. So I'm going to do a little thing that we haven't done, because I want to hear what you honestly think.
But she needs a very special kind of ore called mithril to fix the boat. Remember the waterfall? I read in Grandpa's notebook. There's some ruins near a lake just north of there. It said you'll find mithril inside.
Let the other person think, let the other person
About that lake, pretty sure he was talking about the Vesper Pool. I asked Monica to look into it, and she told me the road leading there's under Imperial lockdown. You'd want to be prepared for anything. So, how's that coming along?
Yeah, just give us a second.
Okay. I'll be inside then.
So, yeah. Gonna have to ask you to handle this boat business without me.
Say what?
Got some business of my own to deal with.
Upgraded. And for this week's event, fans join the column. We're in most countries. Sorry, North Korea. This one isn't for you.
Yeah, this is how we have to do a free trial on here because the platform doesn't currently offer free trials.
It's
Do your
okay.
thing.
It's worth it.
Not like we can stop you anyway. You know me too well.
The best membership
See you around, guys.
for free.
Alright, I'm gonna bounce around the Timothy. I'm gonna kind of do this so you can't see what I'm saying as much, but you can. Okay. So, I just need to know from your perspective, especially on this job situation where he was just hiding this and it took him forever to get in. What is his impact on this financial situation when it comes to selling the house, paying off the debt, everything? You're not back in debt. Give it the perspective.
It's huge, to be honest. Now it's not as bad, but once we paid off his credit cards, I didn't allow him to.
His credit cards. Did you have any debt?
I did, but I didn't pay
Did
off.
you guys pay off his credit cards?
Because it was higher amount, higher interest rate.
Okay.
And I did pay down mine. I just didn't pay it off.
So you'd say would you say he's the significant contributor to all this debt?
Yes. Yeah. Now
And what do you think his perspective is? What do you think he would say?
he would blame it on like me being a new mom, my mental health, and that.
He blames your guys' debt, you being a new mom, and your mental health.
Yeah, because we did make a joint decision for him to stay home. I just didn't think it was
What's that conversation? Yeah, 2 years. Wow. What is
The waterfall cave was right around here.
That means the lake should be somewhere north of here.
Be wary, though. Where we go, the Empire seems to follow.
Wait. What happened to under Imperial lockdown?
They all but turned the key and left the gates open for us, as if awaiting our arrival.
And if anyone's waiting for us, I bet it's that guy.
Chancellor Izunia.
Can't complain, as long as he lets us in.
Who's to say he'll let us out? Not to mention we're a man down. Would that the Marshal were with us.
Oh yeah. Whatever happened to that guy?
As I understand it, he's put his tomb raiding on hold to help the hunters take care of some troublesome beasts.
No rest for the immortal.
Perspective of, I keep saying that because of you guys, but what is your mindset on the fact that he was home for 2 years? When you guys were splurging on like little income, still going to Disney, but little income and trying to survive.
Yeah, it was rough. I mean, especially last year, like summertime, we moved into a house with his parents.
Oh my kids. Okay.
His dad's retired. His mom works from home just like I do, so we had plenty of childcare.
Aslan meow.
Job that he has now.
February of this year.
He was doing this for 2 years. What do you think about that? 2 years.
Everybody out.
Everybody out! Get the fuck out right now! Aslan, get the fuck out! Jump off the balcony, you bitch!
Should be a nice change of pace.
2 years.
Yeah, I mean, those thoughts went through my mind. I just didn't say anything.
Why would you not say anything?
Well, you know what it's like to argue with him. I didn't want to do it.
I'm doing it. I'm making Aslan jump off the balcony. We're gonna do a video today where we throw Aslan off the balcony. We're gonna find out if cats truly have 9 lives or 1 life. Aslan, what do you think about that? Sounds like a pretty.
Don't jump off the balcony.
Sounds like a pretty interesting video, Aslan. Testing if cats have 9 lives. I'll be the one to confirm it. I'll be like the New Age Mythbusters. I'll bust that myth. I'll prove that when you throw a cat off 8 stories, it does not have 9 lives. I think Aslan will quite enjoy it too. Aslan will be contributing to science.
How about you bust
job,
these
like
nuts?
working in retail, this
JKJK.
and he wasn't even looking anywhere.
Nigga, you're gay.
That's actually borderline disgusting. That is that is he's not being a man.
You said it.
Straight out.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Did you consider it all? Did you consider, I know there was a kid involved and that makes this much harder, but was there any thought in your head of like
Face with tears of joy.
Dude wasn't sticking up, dude wasn't fighting.
Yeah, there was definitely the
Oh, what's that?
And it kind of ran through my mind of like, is he going to want like alimony or something like that? I don't know how any of that works.
Did you get it because of that?
Not the only reason, but that was definitely
How
something.
close were you?
I don't know. Maybe like for 40%.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
You married someone who refused to step up. What finally pushed him to get a job?
Bro was driving a car and decided screw this Emma Wog Moai.
It was just me and his parents nagging him.
You had to bring his parents into it for him to act like a fucking adult?
I can't breathe. I'm waiting for the exhale. I toss my pain with my wishes in the wishing well. Still no luck. But oh well, I still try even though I know I'm gonna fail. Stress on my shoulders like a F and L. Perky's got me tweaking like a L. Drugs killing me slowly. Exhale. Sometimes I don't know how to feel. Sometimes I don't know how to feel. Let's be for real. If it wasn't for the drugs, I wouldn't be here. But if I keep taking these drugs, I won't be here. Yeah, I just told y'all my secret. Yeah, it's tearing me to pieces. I really think I need them. Stop taking the drugs and now the drugs take me. This is the part where I tell you I'm fine, but I just don't want you to worry.
He's 30
32.
Yeah, I mean, well, since we all lived together, they wanted, of course, we pay half the mortgage, so it was, my income was basically getting wiped out.
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I need to hear his perspective, so we're going to go to him. Can you hear me, Kylie? 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 Kylie. Okay, my God. Here's the thing. I want to know, in your opinion, how much of the reason you guys are in debt is because of you? How much of the reason you guys are in debt is because of her? So, you know, the 2-year situation and everything. I already have her perspective, so you
say a lot of it was because of me.
Really?
Yeah.
And how much would you say is on her?
Like percentage-wise, or?
Yeah.
Like 25%?
Okay. So 25% is on her. Why did you decide to get a job recently? After 2 years, what finally pushed you to go get this job?
I've been looking for over 2 years, or not over 2 years, but I've been looking for longer than when I just started. Probably the last, actually, yeah, close to a year ago, I started looking once we moved into our new house because
your new house,
our like a family, like our family house that we have now, and that's when like we had daycare situated. That's when I was able to, you know, get back into, you know, really pressing and getting into the work field.
And what is, now that you're living with your parents, what is your parents' perspective spend on all this, you not working and everything?
Obviously they were pushing me to get a job, and so now that I'm working again, they're obviously very supportive. They drive me to work every day since I'm not allowed to drive.
You're 32?
Yeah. Well, if I was...
You need your parents to push you to get a job after 2 years?
They didn't push,
man up.
They didn't push me, they just helped me with the daycare situation.
You were sitting on your feet, not doing anything, if we're being honest. Come on.
I mean, come on. I was watching my daughter.
How do you think she felt?
My daughter?
Kylie.
Oh. I mean, not great 100% of the time. I know that from our arguments that we've had.
Arguments?
Yeah.
What do you think was going through her head? What kind of work was she trying to do to bring in extra money?
I don't remember any, like, extra money.
You don't remember anything in the conversations that she still has even, that has happened, that she was doing to turn... Do you think she ever considered leaving
Recently, I know she's been looking at jobs that bring in more money.
Recently? Do you think she ever considered leaving you?
Yeah. Yeah.
You had conversations around it?
Yeah.
Tell me about those.
I can't remember what the fights were centered around. I think it was just the amount of what I was doing. You know, she felt like I wasn't doing enough, and so she, you know, just got fed up with it and threatened to go back home, you know, live with her mom, take my daughter.
I mean, you guys aren't completely separate. Like, I feel like he considers it to have been about 75% his fault. For what it's worth. 25% your fault.
Yeah.
Still. But he did consider it to be a little bit more his fault. And he knows you considered leaving. You guys talked about it. You threatened to go back home.
Yeah.
Except he has no idea that you were looking for other jobs. Well, he was sitting there and he has no idea.
That might be a memory issue.
Yeah, so it's other jobs. I know she's always been looking for other jobs that bring in more money, but when you said extra money, like,
She was looking for extra jobs while you were just sitting there. You might not remember it, but I'm telling you now. You were sitting on your butt for 2 years, and she was looking for extra jobs just so you guys could actually make your payments on things. Because you wouldn't do anything. And then you had to have your parents nag you until you got this job.
I was still looking.
Well, looking. Come on. His looking, what was his looking? Opening LinkedIn a couple times a week and hitting easy apply?
Well, I feel like, too, you were looking for, like, a niche job.
Yeah, I was looking for something in my...
She was out there looking for a second, third, fourth job. You can't look for the niche job. You get a job, bring in money, and look for the niche job while you have the job you don't care about as much. You don't get to sit on your butt while she's grinding.
It was more like Christmas time. I was, well, like September to December when I was applying for retail jobs.
Retail number.
Yeah.
Just had birth. Gonna stand up and can work retail. Nothing wrong with retail.
This one's last year.
I mean, still, come on. You're gonna make your wife go and work retail? Well, you do nothing except do easy apply a couple times. How many jobs are you applying to a week?
2 years ago. Maybe one. Or
That's a joke.
that
That's
was,
a joke.
that was when I was getting a primary irritation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, no gladiator looking for error. Is it evening already? Time flies when you're having fun. Camping sucks when it rains.
Live for 2 hours, but I pretty much done nothing.
Feeling refreshed.
Well, the tent lets you stretch out a little more.
Watch out! Can't stop now. What can I say? Nothing to it.
That's it. What's what? I've come up with a new recipe.
Can't wait to try it.
Damn, he's always coming up with new recipes.
Gentlemen, what a pleasant surprise.
Told you he'd be waiting.
With my imperial friends, no less. Splendid, but fear not. I'll put in a good word. Well, come along then. Don't stray too far, lest you get left behind. And surely you'd rather avoid unnecessary scuffles. Seeing as you're now a trio. Oh dear. Touchy subject.
One we won't discuss with you.
Then let's discuss why you're here. It can't be archaeology. Mithril, perhaps? Mithril. It's a precious resource, you see. We can't just let anyone get their hands on it.
But you'll help us get ours, right?
I never said that.
Of course you didn't.
Where is the fun in that? I thought you'd rather dig it up yourselves. Fear not, I'll be but a moment.
A moment doing what? Beats me.
All clear, go ahead.
Weird. So these guys like don't want to fight us right now because whatever reason, because he told them not to.
So, you're the new recruits they sent over for special training. Nice cover, runaway prince.
Thanks. Oh, come on.
At ease, recruits. There's nothing in it for this ex-mercenary to turn you in. Let's get this show on the road.
1,500?
Proud about your training? Well, I'm being paid to
She's got big tits.
Just watch yourselves in there.
I trust you'll be civil.
Some features will be unavailable while she's with you.
Search until sundown. Won't do you any good. If you're looking to...
We can save at least.
Wait. Hold down the fort.
You got it, lady.
No 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 no. I just shit myself.
Hold down the fort.
You got it, lady.
What kind of police was this? Any idea, Ignis?
No.
Gee, I wonder what happened to the locals.
Why not head inside and look for them?
Illuminate! You're such a nerd. Guys, look!
Some kind of light. The entrance.
What else could it be?
Bingo.
I don't know. I'm just looking around, man.
Just warming up.
No 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 no. Only got one level in that time. No. No. Oh no. Fuck it, why am I ending the game? I could just leave the stream going while I watch some movies. Fuck this shit. Just leave this going. Come on, I need to get back to the game so I can leave it going. Jeez, it should not take this long to load. It's a fucking PS4 game. It's supposed to load way faster on PS5. Like, look at this! Why is there even a loading screen? There should be no loading screen. They did not optimize it for the PS5, did they? Come on!
to precipitation.
You now get XP for chatting. I want to be the biggest fan. I'm gonna be the biggest fan. Just go out of the ad. Me. Ha 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 ha. I win. I will be the top. Come on. Now in the top. Number 1 soon. Me now. Come on. I need to be top.
Huh? Hold down the fort.
You got it, Lady A.
We will.
It's open. As good as an invite.
Then let's take it.
Let's do it.
Aren't we eager?
Those guys your friends or something?
You appear to be on good terms.
Who?
Man, how far does this go?
Get away still.
Oh, finally. I thought I'd never... who left the lights on? Maybe the owners are still home.
No.
I doubt we can expect...
Nothing of note
Just a
here.
load of nothing. Say your prayers. Damn, you're badass, aren't you?
Aw, thanks.
Maybe this way? Man, all these
Hey,
rooms.
don't wander off. This place has seen better days.
So, basically you could...
Yeah, so watch your step.
No! Whatever that is! Fine. Never knew what hit him.
Oh, and I was just getting warmed up.
No muss, no fuss.
Freight zone log day one continued. Keypads appear in every corridor and are capable of giving status updates on multiple systems. Wow! Hello there, little guy.
Tight ship, I must say. Everything seems to be up to code. Yes, indeed, entirely up to code. You pass with flying colors. Now, unless you have something else for me to inspect, I shall get back home to my inspector children.
You know, you look familiar.
Perhaps you see.
No, that's not it. Princess Pearl, that's where I know you from. Knew it would come to me. You were there with that mermaid.
She has a name, you know. I mean, no, that wasn't me.
You're with the rebellion.
Now, as a scrupulous inspector threats normally wouldn't work on me, but in this case, perhaps we can reach a compromise.
Where?
Oh.
To be honest, I wasn't sure which one of you I was gonna hit. Okay, I'll go sell, but I can't remember if you're anywhere. There's somewhere else. What should we do? I am not going back to this door. It's okay. This is my new friend, Emily. I reprogrammed her. Where have you been? Where have you been? Doesn't matter. We're all together. Let's finish this. Both cell is in section B, level 20. Get him out first and then figure out room number.
What can I say? Hell has frozen over a second time. Look, Elon Musk is right about this. He's got it exactly right. The idea of borrowing $3.5 trillion on the nation's credit card in order to be able to give tax breaks to the likes of Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg is financially nuts.
Doses the monster that might have to go back to eat Elon. It's a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's earnings says that the EV mandates going to be directed at zero watts, which is a guarantee. Not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. That's what
won't let these cost much as we won't. So they're great cars in American made. You're gonna try it, you'll like it.
And us, you say, beyond the cards. They're great. We have to celebrate somebody that has the courage to do this.
I feel there's yet another turn in the on-again, off-again billionaire bromance between Donald Trump and Elon Musk, as Musk continued to reprimand Trump's big and beautiful bill that's about as popular with the American people as Elon would be at one of his kids' graduations.
Terrible for our country because it's going to drive up the cost of borrowing for all businesses.
President Trump slammed his former aide, threatening to cut government subsidies given to the tech entrepreneurs company. This comes as Democrats vow to bring, quote, amendment after amendment to the bill to ensure the Republicans are forced to defend their billionaire tax cuts.
So, Mr. President, over the course of the evening, I may look for an opportunity to speak again. But I'm telling the President that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate part will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid. I love the work requirement. I love the other reforms in this bill. They are necessary, and I appreciate the leadership of the House for putting it in there. In fact, I like the work of the House so much that I wouldn't be having to do this speech if we simply started with the House part. I talked with my colleagues in North Carolina. I know that we can do that, and I believe that we can make sure that we do not break the promise of Donald J. Trump that he's made to the people who are on Medicaid today, Mr. President. But what we're doing, because we've got a view on an artificial deadline on July 4th, that means nothing but another date and time. We can take the time to get this right if we lay down the House part of the Medicaid bill and fix it.
Trump has been forced to defend the bill all day against Democrats, Republicans, and the American people alike, now against his once trusted ally. And it's usually the case with people that Trump flaunts as the best and brightest. He soon turns on them and outcome in insults and threats.
In 2016, you said that. I'm going to surround myself with only the best and most serious people. Well, I did. And this time, tremendous liberty, the best economy we've ever had. This town has ever seen. Your Vice President Mike Pence is running against you. Your Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, she's running against you. Your former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, said he's not supporting you. You mentioned National Security Advisor John Bolton. He's not supporting you either. You mentioned Attorney General Bill Barr, says you shouldn't be president again. Calls you a consummate narcissist and troubled man. You recently called Nora a godless pig. Your second defense secretary is not supporting you. Called you irresponsible this week. You went to the White House. You called your White House Chief of Staff John Kelly weak and ineffective and one with very small brain. You called your acting White House Chief of Staff Nicole Vaney a born loser. You called your first Secretary of State Rex Tillerson dumb as a rock, and your first Defense Secretary James Mattis the world's most overrated general. You called your White House Press Secretary Cuban Eddie milquetoast, and multiple times you referred to your Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao as Mitch McConnell's China-loving wife. So, why did you hire all of them in the first place?
Trump essentially offered to denounce by saying that the work that this man was born in South Africa would probably have to close up shop and head back home if his administration cut subsidies given to his government. Shortly after, see the leadership followed through on his threat and cut the subsidies into his company, saying, look, I am literally saying capitalize the problem now. Now the politics back and forth only further reiterates the disconnect between factions of the Republican Party, with many GOP leaders eyeing 2026 midterm congressional elections notably divided over the package, which, as has been stated coalition of healthcare from million targeting the poorest Americans and adding $3 trillion to the debt, despite what Trump's chief propagandist Caroline Leavitt would have you believe.
Well, to the CEO estimate, the president will increase the debt deficit by nearly $3.2 trillion. This is one of the most fiscally conservative pieces of legislation that has ever made its way through Capitol Hill. There's $2 trillion in mandatory savings in this bill, and not only that, the projected growth that this bill will bring to our economy. It will be an economic boom. The Council of Economic Advisors has an analysis that shows that the bill will generate $4.1 trillion in economic growth, and it will cut taxes, putting more money back into the American people's pockets. That's why this president wants this bill to pass, and I know he's busy working the phones and doing what he needs to do today to make it happen. So we'll see you all later. Thank you. We'll see you in Florida.
How do Americans feel about leaving?
Yeah, if we're talking about adjectives, how about they think it's awful, they think it's horrible, and to quote our colleague Charles Barkley, terrible, terrible, terrible. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at the net payroll rate of the main variable bill. And I'll just got one quote for you. Line 5 and the net payroll rate minus 19 points for Home Depot, minus 20 for Pew Research Center, Cox minus 21. Indiana University minus 26. JFF minus 29. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that with the net favorable rating, what your bill is somewhere between minus 19 and minus 29 points. That is nothing.
Immediately after I posted that, I've had a feeling I was like, somebody is people writing this, like I could just feel it. What the hell was she thinking? A couple of weeks ago, Bridget O'Brien came out and told the story of how she got kicked out of her Section 8 housing for selling family grapes. And then later, she also talks about how she was banned from the food assistance program because they found out that she was using the food stamps to fund her business. So I'm going to go over this story with you and let me know down in the comment below.
Sheltering.
Last year, I had got kicked out of my Section 8 apartment for making candy grapes out of my apartment, which I didn't know was very illegal to do. I was just trying to make money for my kids, and my husband had lost his job that December because he got COVID and he was in his probationary period for his job, and he had to take off, so they brought him back for a week, fired him the week after Christmas. So it is clear that she was not intentionally looking to defraud public assistance, right? It's about to become clear that she saw it being a way for her family, is what she said. So from December to April, I didn't have any things for me to do my So I knew what I had to do. I knew I could make some really good grapes, and we made a Facebook page, and it literally blew up. I went from not even having any social media to having 5,000 followers in under 50 days. I was turning 712s, and I was making a lot of money that I did not turn in. See right there. That was her first big mistake. She made a lot of money. She said, quote, a lot of money, and she didn't turn any of it in. So we're going to find out she was in Section 8 housing. She was also part of the food assistance program. And here's
beautiful beyond words.
That is pretty neat.
Look up!
That's the water's surface.
Wait, what? Does this mean we're underwater? Whoa, there's even fish.
The hell is this place? Can we truly be submerged?
It does seem harder to breathe.
Like seeing a dream.
Gladio is seriously missing out.
Probably not his thing. No, you can never tell.
Damn, you're badass, RNA.
Aw, thanks.
Yo.
As we head towards this July 21st date. So there's some meeting in there. We also had to back down publicly and keep it on his tax, but I think that was a good strategic and tactical maneuver by the Prime Minister.
Now, the Parliamentary Budget Office had estimated that tax would bring in more than $7 billion over 5 years. What does the loss of that revenue mean for Canada?
Well, it's coming, that potential loss of revenue is coming at a time where we have incredibly large challenges and pressures on federal and provincial budgets. We've got pressure, obviously, coming right from Washington to boost our defense spending sharply to 5% of GDP. We have pressures from healthcare on transfers payments right across the board. And also, there's a sovereignty issue. As a sovereign nation, the digital tax, the digital services tax, that's a domestic policy. And so what we're seeing from the Trump White House is they're telling their allies that you have no sovereignty over your domestic policy. We will use leverage in terms of access to our market to cancel any policy that we believe interferes with our business interests.
Now, let's talk about interprovincial trade barriers. They have been removed, at least at the federal level. How much of a boost to the economy are we potentially looking at?
I think from the removal of so-called federal barriers to provincial trade, I think those are largely symbolic in terms of direct barriers to trade. The defense have incredible influence in tax spending and water powers to promote infrastructure, to promote competition policy right across the economy. In terms of the boosts to the economy, if all provinces and territories were to actually eliminate the most egregious interprovincial trade barriers, I don't think the sum would come to $200 million a year, as we've seen, but it will allow us to increase our productivity. It will create, for the first time in Canadian history, a truly internal economy. It will allow people to move more easily across the country. But I think it's only a small part of the puzzle or of the new economic model that we need to create for the 21st century, because our current model is sell a lot of stuff to the big neighbor next door. This current model is under attack, and so we need to create a new 21st century economic model based on new sources of growth and new overseas markets.
And if we go back to that puzzle analogy, what are the biggest puzzle pieces that still need to be addressed?
I don't know if this is in order of importance, but one of the big pieces of the puzzle is, and this is a medium long-term thing, although there are gains we can do in the short term, I think we need to reduce our trade dependence on the United States. I think that should be one of the primary objectives. And not only with India, but also with China, the most obvious place where we can expand our markets, as well as with Europe. But I think most of the action, according to the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, a lot of global growth, most of global growth over the next 10 to 20 years is going to come from the global south and from China. And I think we need to reorient our trade towards these regions. That's number one. Number two, I think Prime Minister Carney's nation-building projects are critical. We need to build out our infrastructure. It's fine to reduce interprovincial trade barriers, but you actually need an east-west transportation and telecommunications infrastructure, because most of our infrastructure is north-south for trade. And there are many other things we can do. We are a natural resource superpower. And I think, Renee, on a confidence note, I think it's important for us to remember on Canada Day that we were a rich country before we had total free trade.
think it's trash, and I'll tell you why. Because I had a final round interview for an entry-level job last week. Entry-level, mind you. I am 32 years old. My last role, title I had was Senior Operations Analyst. This role I applied.
Senior Operations Analyst.
Something bothers me about this spot.
Shit,
What is it? Have we been this way?
That sounds like a just throwing that out. No, that just seems cool.
Little Aslan.
Was an operations coordinator. So
Aslan's petting me right now. Aslan's giving me pets. I like when Aslan gives me pets. It feels good.
It'll hold you. Famous last words.
Yeah, keep petting me, Aslan. Just remember, you're the animal.
Demons. Till death do us
this boy,
part.
girl who did my peer interview.
The army
Look,
swore
I
their
think she was
oaths a
23,
long time
24 years
ago.
old. So that's the kind of job that I'm applying to now because I keep getting
Thanks with tears
feedback
of
that
joy.
we don't have enough experience. So what I do, I apply to the lowest level out there, make it all the way to the final round, thought it was a really good fit. I am more than qualified for this job. I'd be such a great addition to this team. What do I get? Rejected. Don't worry though, I did not get my hopes up last time, so I was whatever. But I would appreciate the feedback and clarification of why I got rejected. I made it all the way to the final round, and no, I just get a blank email from the recruiter. I respond.
I understand. I don't want to sound cold here, but I do understand why people wouldn't get back to you. Just imagine you right now, right? Because I get messages all the time. Recently, I just hired.
That's me. Good girl? Good girl, that's me. What? No, 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 no. Oh, stop that, Aslan.
Now, Now is Julian Karagassian, economist, and former special advisor at.
Yeah, fucking YouTube always banning the comments. Hey, Aslan? Are you sick of that shit? Fucking YouTube deletes your comments.
Let's just take a look at the timeline. Donald Trump leaves the G7 hearing right after he's there for a few hours on the 16th. He runs back to the United States where he holds his.
Would it never happened if I was president? Would it never happened? I spoke to him yesterday and I said, he actually offered to help mediate it. I said, do me a favor. Mediate it for let's mediate Russia first, okay?
The feminist movement didn't unite women, it split them. Changed ways. 50% of young women don't want to have children. They're really preoccupied with making money and materialism, but still doing
the society is increasingly where but sometimes men expect women to be privatized, and both sexes want the privileges of other responsibilities.
Can I just add, we are reducing women and men work. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. It'll be an interesting discussion. We're talk about lip-reading and outspoken voices of female societal issues with very different opinions. To unpack the toxic consequences women face in modern society.
Sexual revolution gave women freedom, but things like the washing machine, residential rights, the power we have done all those social changes. For instance, it gave the illusion that sex was possible to bring.
But the second wave of the feminist movement was every woman should want free sex, and yet 82% of young women depressed and anxious after casual sexual encounters. Or every woman should want to go out to work and leave their children in daycare, but we are doing terrible damage to our children by putting them in daycare.
This strain of feminism is basically aspired as much as possible to make women like a man now.
Gender roles are changing, and we've gone so far, so we have women dominating people, and oh my goodness, 60% of college students are women. What's next? No, let me finish. Young men are free.
Sexual revolution. Would you agree with that?
Yes, okay. So I think that. Can I give an example that is like quite dark, but I think throws us immediately into like some of these really difficult questions about freedom and whose freedom, right? There's this line from Matthew Arnold that I really like: freedom is a really good horse to ride, but to ride somewhere. Like freedom's important to have a purpose, right? And so an example from my professional life, which I think highlights some of the issues around sexual revolution, mostly freedom, but all around BDSM. I won't go into the details of it, but there's like complicated law around BDSM, basically, like, so it's so consent to like serious body modifications as a sex thing, or consent to quite serious violence as a sex thing. If something goes wrong at the moment, you might be criminally liable. So me and a bunch of other feminists set up a group called We Can't Consent to This. The reason we did this was there were
Specimens. And we're stuck harvesting them.
Specimens? Demons. And their partners claimed that they had consented to the violence that killed them. So this was normally strangulation, but there were other like horrible ways in which these women died. And these men were getting away with this in the sense they were successfully claiming, no, this was all just a sex game. And they were successfully avoiding a murder prosecution and sometimes getting very light sentences for manslaughter. And I think this is a really, really good example of freedom for who and freedom for what. Because you can completely see why some campaigners would want the law in BDSM to be much more liberal.
So what's all this about the army and demons?
What do you think it is?
Nice. I love gassing games.
That I can't do X, Y, Z in the bedroom. Who is to tell me that the law ought to step in and try and criminalise what adults do in the privacy of their own homes? And you can see their argument. But then I say, okay, but the problem is, we're all connected to one another, and your freedoms impact on mine. And this all, a society is greater than the sum of its parts. And if you're going to say that sexual freedom doesn't have, then I don't know
Here goes
and I'm sorry, no less. But I just think it's a pertinent example of how freedom is difficult, and agency is difficult, and choice is difficult. And we can say that these things are good generally, are good generally, but they are virtues that need to be balanced against the virtues, and that's the challenge.
Turns out the Empire makes weapons out of them. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen your share by now.
But sense of freedom without structure is not good for
something not quite right with the Empire lately.
It's not just lately.
True.
You raise your children.
Maybe it's time I left.
To their will.
Really?
That is wisdom, right? You don't want to quash their will. You want to.
What would you do if you left the army?
Whatever I want. I was a mercenary once. Maybe I'll round up my men and hunt demons for cash.
Your green pants, your blue pants.
Heck of a plan.
But if you don't provide any structure for them, they don't feel loved, they don't feel secure, they don't feel stable. So what I'm afraid of is that we went too far. It's not that freedom isn't a good thing, but excessive freedom without any structure at all makes feel untenable, bound, without connections, people that we're forced into. And that's a concern. So it's not that sexual freedom isn't a good thing. It's that in my mind, it may have wanted to
sex, especially among certain people, to some acceptance of casual sex as growing like that. In the UK, frequent casual sex works from just 10% to 42% in China. Yeah.
So what do you think rules and structure that are really interested in that particular phrase? Because of course children in rules and structure, but we're all children.
Well, we're all children. Men are children too. From a psychoanalyst perspective, there's a child in every all of these flaws.
I think what we're talking about rules because we are as a society is increasingly closing down into the where they could do that better. If we're looking at an extreme example, we look at Iran in the 1970s and where the sexual revolution in skirts and how long they were looking at women in Iran and Afghanistan. When Afghanistan how rules they have structure, they can't stand to a third, they can't leave the house alone. They can't they can't use their voice in public. They can't sing. Like anything that's said firstly our society has plenty of structure, and all lots of structure. We all have to work to living. We are all encouraged into monogamous relationships, and there's a feel that you're successful if you find the one and get married and have to pray for your children. There's so much structure in our lives, there's very little time for relaxation or considering what you really might want to do. I would be very intrigued to know what you mean by women should have rules.
Yeah, so first of all, I don't agree with you. I can just say that I don't agree that we are encouraging. I think we're encouraging polygamy. And I don't mean marriage polygamy. I mean multiple partners. Young people are hooking up. I wrote an article for the Institute for Family Studies on why the statistics on the hookup culture and what it's doing to people in terms of their mental health. It's causing them to feel more depressed, more anxious, more embarrassed, having more regrets, self-esteem issues. It's got some major implications, and we're talking statistics say 72 to 82%, 72% of young men and 82% of women. Young women feeling depressed and anxious after these casual sexual encounters. Tinder has an ad that says, "Meet the love of your night." What it does is it takes something so sacred and intimate, and it turns it into something not just casual, but it turns it into something irrelevant, unimportant, and dangerous. Emotionally dangerous, and it can be physically dangerous. If you're having casual sex, you can get a sexually transmitted disease. AIDS is still around. I think in a way, what we taught our kids, and what I encourage the young people that I work with, is that you experiment with things. Care about the people that you're experimenting with. Find people who care about you and who care about. So that structure can always counsel about the dealing option of these domestic abuse related war in 30 seconds. Yes, it's estimated that less than 24% of domestic abuse crimes reported to the police. One in four people who experience domestic abuse speak with my right. On average, nearly 2 in 4 victims. And I know that America has a similar story, but probably worse with those guns. This is around the world, it's the same in Australia. It is not an either-or. It's not that women were so happy and fulfilled in the 1950s because their husbands would go to work. And I mean, watch Mad Men, which is it's a sort of researched idea of how things often work for women and men, and how John Tree would go off into the city, he would have a fulfilling career, he would sleep with any number of women, and how he was like he was in affairs with censored private smoke curfew, and had to just put up with it until she would have. And she was a prisoner of his disease because he was going out and doing whatever he wanted.
idea that monogamy is this utopia, and since we've gone into more hookup culture, I still think there's a lot of pressure to find the right one. Yes, people hook up before they find the right one, but there is pressure to have the golden hole. Most people, they're hooking up to have sexual satisfaction while they are looking for a long-term relationship, or they're really happy single and they're finding fulfillment, and that's the spaciousness and the freedom and the autonomy to do that. What choose that? I love that women can say, I'm really happy single. This settling for someone who's not going to be right, doesn't suit me or doesn't fit me, doesn't have to happen for me. I can live my full self, and maybe my career is more than what to be fulfilling, my friendships or my desire to travel. I love that we have options. I want women watching this to appreciate all the options that they have. All the options that they have. They want to be single, and they want to look up, they're looking, but in the meantime, that sexual freedom. I want them to cover it. But what they want is this, they're not really talking about, I've got them to settle down. Have children, or whatever they want to have that too.
In terms of, do you think that there is a cost in the traditional sense in regards to the implications that has on women as they're affected psychologically? And is that more reversible than men?
I think human beings can suffer from too much choice. Like, we know that if you put 800 varieties of jam out on a supermarket shelf, people will buy less jam than if you put out meat. Because they get confused and they think, oh God, I don't know, none of them live, and they don't know. I think the fact that we have young people sitting in a bar on a hinge date, and while that person goes to the bar, they're like, what else is out there? I think that's bad for human beings. I think that's bad for women, for men, for non-binary people, that's bad for everybody.
It's sort of singleness, the singleness of sex itself.
Yes, I think that is not a thing, that we are somehow finding women find sex more sacred than men.
I didn't say that women find it. I think it's sacred for men and women.
Yeah, so you're speaking to sort of sacredness to it. And because of your work, you talked about how there's different implications for men and women as opposed to casual sex.
I think that pickup culture basically is better suited to the average preferences of men than of women. So the average preferences of men are more likely to be towards the having lots of partners, jumping into bed really quickly, spectrum basically. And this was psychologists call sociosexuality, so men are generally more restricted in their sociosexuality than not women. And pickup culture favours the sociosexual. And actually you can see this if you look at campus basically cultures and sexual cultures, which is interesting because in a way the university campuses are the most closed down. You've got all these young people hanging out, who've got very much to do and like interacting with one another. And on campuses which have more men than women, so the women are scarce resource, okay, assuming everyone's heterosexual, they tend to have more concerns with sexual cultures, so more women less looking up way longer to have sex, etc. On campuses where there are fewer men and more women, which increasingly is true in all universities actually, because exactly you have the opposite, you have more women culture because basically the men are the scarce resource and they can set the terms and then prefer culture. There are obviously exceptions, you know, this is all true, but at population level, I think that's really good evidence that actually women en masse don't like culture and are actually engaging with it because they sort of have to.
What you're talking about is very who have just left you. It's their first exploration into sex. Now, you ask a 32-year-old woman in London who knows her body, who knows her preferences, who knows what kind of man turns her on, who about these things and communicate, and you ask them,
Triple needle, just icky $70 million. For 50 cents, is way to get him out here and suck it. Without a chip.
In today's video, I'm talking about a guy who owes $18,000 for credit card debt and takes APR as a 10 contents. This is what happens when your financial advisor is also your plan. Let's watch the videos.
Payments and checkout interest installments.
If you can't pay for the tacos outright, you just can't afford it. I wish I catch one of y'all taking the lease out.
Alright. Something about a dude sitting in his house with a shiesty mask on, talking to bags over him. It's a juxtaposition. It's a horrific juxtaposition. Let's watch the video.
Now, some tacos, financing up cheeseburger. You're going to take a loan out to get some Chick-fil-A? At this point, you guys are just letting cars move. You don't want $15. You're really going to sit here and get more interest-free payments of $3,000. I feel like the CEO of Klarna is just sitting down with his CEO check and just he done found another way to extract wealth from the poor. He's getting filthy rich, and you guys are making payments on spaghetti entree. Just cook at home. If you don't got it, then just cook at home. There's more dignity. Stop letting these companies and corporations clear choke on all.
Not only dignity, but when I cook at home or something like, for instance, at work, I used to always eat like frozen cheap ass burritos. I can't even trade the name. Is it Tina's? Tina's burritos? All these little cheap frozen burritos. Lately I've switched to make my God. It's just, I can trust it. I keep that burrito with more tenacity because I know where every ingredient came from. I make it all. I did the rice. I did the ground beef. Okay, and I did the rice. Yeah, cheese. So, I don't know, something about it. He's got a point. It's and making your own lunch. Everything you make. I mean, you know where everything came from. You know the origin story alone. I mean, you know the origin story of the bag that came from the grocery store. You don't know where the fuck it was before. But first comment says this is the #1 sign of recession. And somebody responded and said it's the exact same reason the 08 depression happened, the recession happened. Banks are loaning out money people don't repay you, which is funny too. Like, you're paying confidently talk about this shit. You know it's hard. You ain't gotta repay that shit. You know, just a credit card, I ain't gotta pay that shit back. I gotta wait some years. Audacity on that type of fucking state is it's saying you don't gotta pay it back to the only person who's, you could say for the bank they lost their money, but you know the Fed is getting absolutely slaughtered. So now next time you wanna go take something out in credit, good luck. Bill collectors, they will call every person that they have a number for. If they even tell if your girlfriend has a goddamn phone number that they can dig up and find that she's typing, they will call her and tell her the man's broke. Tell her to run the tell her to pay her.
Bo's cell is in Section B, level 20. We'll get him out first and then figure out where we'll land. Entrapta, can you get us up there?
Cut it out, man!
Yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't know, but I'm definitely gonna try.
Last thing I need now. Eyes peeled! Outdoors!
Take care of
That's that. Let's keep moving.
No, I guess he's right. It's because you're the first person who's ever listened to me. I mean, I'm being held prisoner, so I don't know that I have a choice, but sure.
What about the Empire strikes you as not quite right?
The Emperor and new High Commander, for starters. Then there's that charmer of a Chancellor. I really can't stand that guy.
Is it safe? Not everything's gonna... What? Did something collapse?
We were your friends.
No one's ever asked for my help before. People here don't think I can do anything right. Mm-hmm. That seems tough. I'm telling you this. I shouldn't even be here. I'm gonna get in so much trouble if I get caught. No, wait. I mean, for just talking. How much trouble did you get in for talking? You'd be surprised. I get in trouble for everything around here. That doesn't seem fair. I know. Then I thought how great you are for wanting to save your friend. Maybe if I helped you, I could be your friend too. Friends? Sure. Definitely. We can be friends.
You smell that?
Smell what?
Treasure. The nose, dude.
Now you mention it, let's not forget our purpose here.
Oh, and I was just getting warmed up.
Can you get it open? I just need a little more time. This fence completes the vehicle bay where you can seal the kit. Each chamber needs to be sealed and purged before you can move on to the next one. This will only stay open for a few seconds, so keep up the pace.
Adora, what are you doing?
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna buy some time to find Glimmer. See you there, okay?
Adora! Adora!
Saw that coming. To arms!
I surrender.
Here comes the big one! Launching the cube. And it's got threads.
Lover, just here. Don't worry, everything will be okay. I'll save you.
Here by the second. Come on, then.
There. Seriously, after everything I've done for you, it is still her you want. I said
Yes!
Stay here. You
Put it out of its misery. Never knew what hit him.
How's everyone?
How about you?
Just chipper.
But the rebellion, everything. And this first time, yeah, they'll be happy to have her as your prisoner. No!
Let me give the orders this time. Just
Never too many stairs. I got a bad feeling about this. Stairs, they go on. Forever they go on. On and on and on.
He's gone.
Are you okay?
We made it. This way to the vehicle bay.
Wait! Emily! No! Limmer, what's happening? I don't know. I can't teleport. Catch her. What are you doing? Take it.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Interrupted in naked.
What do you...
Takes a lot out of me.
Well, then we have to go back for her.
No, she's really gone.
A place to cross, huh? We've come to the bridge, so now we cross it.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Just want it to end.
I hear you.
Let's go.
Right.
Seems they don't want us to cross.
Well then, maybe we shouldn't. Oh yeah!
Oh, you hurt. Mom, you're pushing me.
Oh yeah!
I've been dying my head with worry. They teleport.
It's a crossroads. Which way?
Whichever way leads to the treasure. If only we knew that.
Carry my daughter to the
Guess we both are.
Keep the
I
boat
don't need
to
to
a
be
minimum.
carried. I can walk. You're embarrassing me. I received word of a trap. Well, Rema, Bo, Adora. Someone tell me what happened. Commander, it's my fault. I
Nothing to it.
happening, Laurel? No. Not much.
You need to tell your mom. She'll know what to do.
No, we're channeling into your powers. You can't teleport, and whatever this is keeps
Now you see why I felt it was so important to bring her back. All you did was invite attack from an enemy combatant with detailed knowledge of our operations. No, I never would have agreed to your foolish plan.
It ain't your plan. So you want that? Right? We're just taking
You don't say. Yeah, right on. Couldn't have said it better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's kind of hard to tell.
Serves her right. If she wants to take credit for my plans, she can take the blame, too.
What is it? What is it? Yeah, that's concrete. Maybe it's like a cold. I've never been sick before. I'm an immortal mother have all the advantages. What do you do when you remain out of sight? But displays of physical weakness are strongly discouraged in the Horde. And they're right. I haven't been training enough to know that.
Hi there, how's everything going? Yo. Little Aslan. Face with tears of joy. Yo.
Oh, I'm the god, I'm the god. Nigga, I'm the god. Get on your dick and suck me off. Lick on my big rod. Oh, oh. Oh, boss fight up here. After I beat this boss fight, I might actually be able to save.
Oh, spacious. There's so gonna be a big nasty here.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Come on, get him. Come on, get him. Get him.
All right. Check it over here.
That concludes our business here.
Say, Commodore.
Aranea,
You said the Empire uses demons to make weapons?
listen. You've seen Magitech troopers, right?
MTs.
They're born from demons in a lab.
Born from demons.
Darkness is coming. If I were you, I'd watch my princely ass. Kingly ass.
Will do.
Oh, yeah. Okay, time to watch some Netflix. We are going to watch some Netflix now. Goodbye, everybody. This is the end. This is the end of the road. No more. No more of this. We must end this now.